100, Calabarzon 27, Mimaropa 59, Bicol Region 64, at Angkar 35. So, it is an ongoing program. Ito yung nagkataon lang na this is for most of Luzon. But hinihilin o hanggang lahat ng mga kailangan ng ating mga NGO sa mga sa marami natin insurance coverage, pinapalaki
This land is calling.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
not catching Pelosin. He's got a Blink Dagger, though right now, he's pretty far forward behind XXS. Okay. Do you really want to hit this Centaur, though?
Big Fire Blast gets thrown out there for
the
70
damage is already undone. His HP regen.
2x.
He's healing for 60 HP a second.
This might be negative worth for WS, to be honest. Like, he's draining his own mana pool.
Yeah.
His mana is more important to
how much
how
much does Ignite do per second?
62.
Okay, and then
talent.
you take away, magic resistance.
Yeah, this Centaur's got 62 regen.
So his regen is outdoing the Ignite damage. Yeah.
Bit unfortunate there, but he'll be fine. He's got Soul Ring. He's got Greaves. Chilling. Another high ground position from Talon. In theory, pretty good for them.
XXS he's standing on a low ground in front of a staircase. That's how confident he is.
You can't go on this guy. There's no way.
Butterfly on SF is going to make a world difference. Pull him from the Rubik. Joke him. He tried to get the grab on a Pelosin, but there. No hope for Talon. I don't really know what that setup was exactly.
I'm going to fly if your own on this Warfling. Jinq's going to be able to use that one.
Anti-Arcana.
More important in certain games than you having the slightly more damage. And if that's the case, you should take it. If you're just in this game, I don't think the move speed is that relevant. One, you have Stampede. Two, you're playing this kind of style where you're just going to go and you're going to hit the base and the fight is coming to you.
Yeah.
Extra damage is definitely worth more. That bad. It's a lot of attack speed. But, carry players like their this little banner push here for XG. No contest from Talon. I feel like they cannot fight without Butterfly. The 23
I was about to
Savage.
say, without what?
That's your best time. To try and come back in this game.
Yeah. Butterfly for him and WS followed up by XM. Oker's still rather tanky, but XXS even more so.
Morphling came back. Butterfly completed. 22 Savage ready to fight. Don't have that Ags on the puck, though. Missing half the true firepower here. Got to keep stalling.
Just walk out of the upheaval.
Banner kill will get it for Makoto, so it's a decent chance as...
Goal's going to be dropped on the... Ogre, oh, he is still going to be in trouble. XXS is going to finish him off rather easily. And now looking for more. Shiva's to run down Jokum. He's dead. 23 Savage. Hit XS as a Slardar or not. Why? Why?
You're just dead? No, wait for
GG. I think they felt like this game was just over.
I mean, we all felt like it was over, to be
out.
honest. The problem with you just don't have an off lane in this game. Let's be honest. Like, just an outdraft. I think this game is way easier to execute for XG. I think their timings come online faster. This SF is just going to hit way too hard. Even if in theory you can outscale them, you're never going to get there unless you can contest the Roshans. And I feel like the second the first Roshan falls, the second one's that much more difficult to contest. XXS just had way too good of a game. I mean, this guy pipe Crimson at 17. There's not a lot of lineups that are going to power through that.
No.
And they have a lineup with the Slaughter that can do the objectives very early. So they're not waiting on you. They're just powering through their progression in this game. That's how you want to use auras. This is a textbook aura lineup. Nice draft and nice execution from XG. Gets them a very quick and very clean game 1 victory here.
And Extreme Gaming may have just saved themselves from that last place slot, but they still have to win that second game. If they get that 2-0, then it comes down to the results of Na'Vi versus Spirit and whether or not they even have a chance to be able to get second with a tied score against either of those two teams. I don't really know, but I'm sure our hosts and analysts are fully prepared with that kind of information.
I will be able to do that. Thank you very much, Captain SPG. But it's Team Spirit that won game 1. But I'll be very honest, as long as the series doesn't end, we know nothing.
That's hero that if I see Interlens, unless you're having, some blast of a game, you're 7-0, and suddenly you pick it up. But I really like the itemization overall coming out between him and XXS, who did have Pipe, who did have Crimson Guard as well, and then Rubik pretty much at the same time when Centaur had these 2 auras, he did have Guardian Greaves, so they pretty much had 3 auras 20 minutes in, making sure that it's almost impossible for talent to take the fight. I think this whole game wasn't really you just can't. You can't. And now there's also another Pango counter. So you have basically 3 counters with the Primal Beast. Bit of a difficult one for Talon.
Yeah, also difficult to gauge who goes where.
I mean, I would prefer also if WS is just to pick up the Pango, because he sees the PL, he sees the Bane. Sure, it's annoying to play against Bane, but he does have Shadow Shaman, he does have Fury on keeping in, and he should lane quite well against PL, especially in the early game. Pango is one of the better heroes against him. So we just need some very spicy Mikoto last pick. Unless they're willing to just put the SF last pick too, we could consider 23
Yeah,
Savage.
Kuka,
potentially.
I think might be good.
Ooh.
Never mind. Okay.
That's a Nature's Prophet core, then Shadow Fiend mid.
So they wanted to have something that is good in the lane against Primal Beast. I mean, there are a couple of heroes that are okay. I would say Tusk that can buy a little bit more time with the Snowball, Dark Willow, Clockwork, Crystal Maiden is also one of them that stops Primal Beast from dealing the damage with his trample when he gets bited by Crystal Maiden. But yeah, man, Nature's Prophet into Primal Beast is one of the worst matchups for Nature's Prophet. Like, you always can get on top of it. You also have BKB Piercing Tool. You can jump out of the trees as well.
I have a question. If you're gonna pick a new position 5, and you know you're gonna lane it together with the Nature's Prophet, why not go for a Tusk or something like that? What makes Crystal Maiden this position 5 worthy as overall last pick?
She has good versus PL illusions, that barrier. They don't chip through it very easily. But I think it's super bold to make your overall last pick Crystal Maiden. Like, I think it's cool. I think Talon's draft does have a lot of flaws, but, you know, if they play very aggressively, play for skirmishes, make sure that PL doesn't have a comfortable game or constantly in their faces, does they handle what
This is going to be Primal Beast plus Tiny, not the strongest lane, but Primal Beast is probably the best hero in the game with Axe to be able to creep skip, not care too much about the lane, because it's not an easy lane for them, playing into Crystal Maiden and NP, 2 range heroes that have good amount of nukes. They have survivability. You have the heals coming up from NP. Let's say he TPs in, you get the barrier from Crystal Maiden as well. So I don't think they're going to be playing that lane. They will try to pull as much as possible.
Stream with Cap and SVG.
That's right. We got a very cool pick to be able to freeze out Extreme, a Crystal Maiden. Avery?
Favorite hero of all time is last pick Crystal Maiden.
People, there's going to be fans out there who are like, man, Avery just trashes Talon's drafts all the time. Why does he hate Talon? But I will back up Avery here. He actually just hates the individual heroes that they're picking, and they just happen to be the Talon's picks.
Yeah, I'm a big supporter of this team. I always rate them highly. I always think they're going to do better than, I think, the average assessment.
Yeah, if anything, you say they can play well. They just need to draft better.
I think it's... I do think it's kind of been a problem for C in general for the last... Generally been out-drafted and out-strategized at these big lands by the Eastern and Western European teams, which there's been a lot of regions that have struggled to do that. Here they're up against a Chinese team. To me, it's a little more even. And I think this has been a closer series draft-wise than some of the previous series I've seen for both these teams. But nonetheless, yeah, I think sometimes they just get stuck in these thought pit holes of like what will work for them and their play style, and you need some good lineup synergy to combat at these teams that are going to play for really powerful timings where it all punches together and they just end the game 20-30 minutes. like that they went back for this hero. But again, I look at the rest of their lineup and like, who's helping this SF do those things, right? Who's helping him do Roche? Who's helping him go high ground? Who's going to build auras for him and do all this stuff? They have some heroes that can do that. I want to see the itemization that gets in there. I would like to see the last from Tal in this game and get them over the finish line. You're also going to need to itemize to deal with this Phantom Lancer a little bit. And that's where maybe the difficulties across the board.
Now, Phantom Lancer.
Like, none of his spells are crazy.
Do you think Talon have enough AoE? They've got Pengo, they've got Requiem, and maybe Crystal Maiden.
I think they have. I think they are at the bottom.
He did.
Yeah,
Cuckoo.
So that is a lot of nuke power. It's a lot of jump. A lot of heroes that can just get on the back line, cause chaos, potentially interrupt the Pango roll. You have Pulverize and Grip this game in this XG lineup to deal with your AoE control from the Pango.
23 Savage slowed down with a Blood Grenade and the trample on top of him. That's going to be your first blood. Going to Shin Q, not to XXS.
They played this lane well. They just dodged the level 1 and 2, got XXS the way behind the tower. He gets the level 2 and instantly goes on the SF with all their spells before any fight has even happened with full resources. Not an easy trade for the Nature's Prophet, to win.
Also notable that, well, maybe XXS actually dies here. 23 Savage teleports back into play. At bare minimum, he's going to get the Lotus out of this. Cuckoo, I feel like almost all Crystal Maidens opt for trying to go for a kill at level 2 with having both the Nova and the Frostbite. You know, a lot of them will bring Mangoes to lane. They play for that level 2 timing. Not him. Levels up Frostbite level 1 and then actually goes for the Aura level 2.
Because there wasn't anybody on this lane for the level 2 timing. Again, they dodged it out. And your kill threat with Furion is not that high.
Yeah, that's fair.
This CM pick is really for the game. It's not a classic like early CM pick where you're trying to win lane and snowball the map and play really fast and push waves. This is a CM that you want to get a lot of farm on, scale into that mid game, be tanky, and give your team extra threat against the Phantom Lancer when it comes down to the fights.
I think that maybe is the first time I've ever heard somebody describe CM being picked that way.
I have its last pick, Crystal Maiden. So that's how you're going to have to do it.
Makoto and XM been battling it out in the mid lane, trading out daggers for raises. Makoto's trying to get back to his lane. Jin Q rotating in, but he's got to be careful of the Furion. Oh, we saw 23 Savage was thinking about teleporting in to try and help him out. Doesn't go for it in the end.
Need more levels on the Furion so we can connect these plays. That's when this lineup's going to come together for Talon, because right now Jin Q is the biggest roaming threat. And if you can just push towards Sonic Wave and try and haul in this Shadow Fiend, the map's going to be yours. WS is not getting a lot bottom. In fact, Ame
Does he die here with a Nightmare? Maybe. A couple of hits during that Nightmare. He does have stick charges, so I think he's going to be okay, but
can't push it, however. You still have stick plus level 2 Brain Sap up for Pulse and down here, so again, WS just not getting anything right now. This PL is absolutely free farming.
Jokum trying to catch XM. Oh, got him with the Blood Grenade to cancel out the healing salve. So that's definitely big damage done, Jin Q.
Shackle cancel.
Finally, 23 Savage. Oh, instant toss back. So 23 Savage isn't able to immediately get the Sprout there. Still going to go for it, though. Hits him with the Sprout damage. Doesn't get him inside. But will block him out enough that he... One more hit. Oh, still not enough. Okay. 23 Savage misses out on a kill.
Ivy exterior. Saving lives.
That's true, yeah.
Another sequence for Talon that does not yield them a lot, as May is just loving life because there's no pressure on this Phantom Lancer right now. He's getting a lot out of this early game. little concerning for Talon, particularly if the SF goes down once or twice. You have to protect Makoto in this game.
Jinkyu's
getting
just
rolled
being
on.
a menace over here, man.
I mean, he knows he's the strongest support on the map right now. There's damage to back him up. His spells are deadly. They are really hunting.
Nightmare pulling him out of position here. XM will get the dagger on him. Still, though, Makoto's able to fight with the shackles coming in. Avalanche over the top, but it's not going to be able to save the Bane. Teleport in, so Extreme do have to be careful with this much aggression.
I like the Talon responded with everybody there. Like, send a message, protect this SF. Do not let him go down in this early game. Absolutely worth it for 3 time. He gets a little net worth and XP boost. Super happy about that. And this is what their lineup can do to help the SF in this game. Looking for the 7-minute Wisdom Shrines. Olsen goes for it. He might actually get it here.
He might.
This would be a massive win for him. Just a slip up here from Talon if they lose it.
It's the Nightmare.
He's gonna get it.
He's going to get it.
Oh, what a win for him. Might even get out of here.
Yeah, they're going to catch him. WS. You can get to the other side of him, right? With a swashbuckle and block him in. Well, 23 Savage is going to help ensure the kill, so they've got it well in hand. And the extra experience is always nice for 23 Savage. The faster you get to level 6, I think the better on this Nature's Prophet.
100%.
Get some scary Wrath of Nature damage in there. We've seen that upset a few heroes before.
Still mega worth for the Bane. I would take that trade every time. They get aggressive top. You have a lot of Primal Beast damage to output here. A lot of nuke damage thrown into him, though.
Yeah, forcing him to charge away. It's a pretty good outcome for Talon.
Oh, yeah. Anytime you can put this guy on the back foot.
8-minute power rune. XM gets invisibility.
Not the rune he was hoping for, but the one he'll take. Interesting early game for Extreme. It doesn't feel like they got a lot done with the Primal. As much as they could have, considering the Furion was TPing out of that lane.
He does get a pretty sick neutral item, though. Quickened Cobalt Cup, double movement speed for him.
That's super nice. Wonder if he's just going to TP mid and try and collapse on this SF, because he hasn't gotten a lot done top, and the biggest prize in this game is using Sonic Wave mid in a fight. But he does TP back top. As XG are swarming mid, the
Rolling
Pango.
Thunder coming in from Port's getting aggressive, but cores from Talon willing to rotate to mid to help out this Shadow Fiend. Eva gets the bump on a Pelosin, probably ensures a second kill out of this equation, as Makoto will just does not get to right-click him down. Sadly, the Shackles ends up taking the last hit.
Just too forced here from XG. If you're going to take this fight with heroes off the map, nobody's bottom. You know the Pango's missing. You have to bring in cores of your own. And if the XXS Primal Beast doesn't want to join, you're just going to get outnumbered there. The Furion can always join it by default. Wrath of Nature's online. You have to recognize Ame's free farming bottom, and that creates a vacuum on the map. So maybe you really want this SF kill, but if Talon are just going to sit 4.5 heroes with the Furion teleport there, forcing that does not yield good results. And he's just rushing Ags on this PL. You upgraded Ags.
I do think that this is the situation where you should get the Aghanim Scepter. If you're totally free farming, I think the Aghanim Scepter is actually a really good farming.
True kind of isolated test, because he has not been touched. It's a dream PL game. He's going to get it at a really good timing.
Blosen going to be caught on the power rune. Bursts it down. Jokum still trying. Sonic Wave hits Cuckoo. Meanwhile, the Nightmare goes out on Jokum. He's going to be fine. It's going to be Blosen to die, and maybe Jinq as well. As once again, Talon, I mean, it's the same story every single time, bringing more heroes. But this time around, maybe the Primal Beast right on through. Jokum's not dead yet. A toss over. Makoto, he throws out the Requiem. Nope, holds off on that one. Instead, turns around, throws some damage back on XXS. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, though. And XXS, he doesn't really have much of an escape. They're going to go for both the kills. Both.
Name of the game in this early game. XG are just not bringing enough at the right points. Really slow game for this Primal now. I mean, he is just... I feel like he would have had a really good time considering how well that lane started out. The Furion left it. He should have had more farm than he's gotten. He just had trouble engaging into these fights with all the little interrupts he has to deal with. The sprouts, the frost bites, the roll through, the shackle hex. It's kind of a lot for this Primal item. He has to deal with this somehow. Has to have a way to give consistent impact to the team. Honestly, it's looking pretty solid for Talon outside of this Phantom Lancer. They can deal with him later on. And then they should be very happy with this early game. Especially considering they lost.
I do like that. Effectively the same thing, speeds up the Roshan cycle, so they will be getting second Roshan around that 25-minute marker, which is, I don't know if that's a point where you're looking to end the game, but maybe you can get the rest of the tier 2s out of the way. Maybe even one lane of barracks or something. I do think you want to play a faster game against this PL, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, just speed this game up as much as you can right now because XG are in pure dodge mode. And this is another way your lineup can help the SF in this game. Maybe you're not as good of an aura buying lineup, but if you can do Roshan with the Giga Ward and put an Aegis on this guy repeatedly every 10 minutes, he doesn't need as many auras.
Yeah, it does feel like maybe draft-wise doesn't have the most synergy with the SF, but they are recognizing what you're talking about. They put a lot of resources to help this SF, playing around him constantly.
And that's what matters. Like, that matters a lot more than draft.
Sure.
Find another quick kill on Jinkyu, trying to get that blink dagger, but he is not finding much in this game.
I don't know what's going on in this jungle area, but it's not good. Talon are just going to lose Makoto here. He gets a couple of raises before he loses his Aegis. Freezing Field to try and cover this SF. So in the end, it's a Bane for an Aegis.
Still not really anything going for XG. I'm not gonna lie, these Sonic Waves have just been worthless.
Yeah, they have. They have.
Like, he's been hitting he's hit one hero, I think, every time, and none of them have died. I don't think he's gotten a single kill out of this ultimate, and that is not where you want this Queen of Pain to be. I mean, 1-0-0 for XM, very quiet game for him.
He's the poorest core in the game. He got a Blade Mail, and meanwhile, the Shadow Fiend has a Kaya Yasha.
And the net worth reflects it. Like, he's just not getting the kill action, whereas Makoto, 3-0-6, starting to power up the chart. I think part of it's like the supports didn't get a lot done either.
Oh, and if they shut down XXS's BKB timing here, you're going to catch him, and they've got a hasted SF and a teleporting in Nature's Prophet. XXS, he's pretty fast, but he's not going to be fast enough to deal with all this.
Another nice pick off. These two cores for XG are falling really far behind now. Big concerns here in terms of what you're going to be able to do in the team fights.
It's up to Jinkyu to even the odds now. He's got a blink dagger. He's going to have to do
something off a smoke gank. You have some nighttime vision with the Bane. Start fights in a way where you toss somebody in. It's going to work a lot better for you here.
By the way, disgusting neutral item. Searing Signet on Nature's Prophet. Not cool.
It first came out.
I think it needs to be the damage. That's my feeling on it.
It also works on Mjolnir.
Yeah, exactly, right? You could just throw it on the Mjolnir.
Yeah.
The Mjolnir goes down lane. It's getting extra damage from the Searing Signet. I don't like that.
Well, it works off the lightning proc, so like it just boosts your farm rate.
Yep.
The thing is just too consistent.
The same goes for Wrath of Nature, right? It's like
It's
gonna have to be what's required to get this kill, and the Avalanche to the Sonic Wave hits on the 3. The Fiend's grip getting the grab onto the Rolling Thunder, and Nami's joining in on this fight. This is bad for yes, if that's what you wanted, Shinkyu, well, you got it.
He got it. He definitely got it. And Ame instantly TP'd out of there when he saw that.
My concern is giving these kills to the SF may kill some of the Phantom Lancer's timing. If you get to Aghanim Scepter on this SF, it's really hard for the Phantom Lancer to play fights.
I mean, you just look at the position of their cores. They're really farmed in this game.
Yeah.
Like, you don't necessarily need a lot of AoE if you're just rich. And you can just lay into the illusions with Mjolnir and extra hits. You can sit there, BKB for long. I mean, so XG they're going to fight this Roche. They're not going to give it up for free. Know the strength of the PL right now. You got to use it to try and turn this game. And Makoto showing top creates an awkward question for or do you just control the pit? Nice rune for XM. They really want a core pick off here. Surprised Talon are not grouping right now. You're giving them that chance to find a pick off into Roshan.
And maybe they're thinking Roshan because it's going to switch over to the other side soon. They've got vision around the pit. If it's not being done right now, then it's going to switch over to the other side. So they got time to... Finally, somebody dies from this smoke move from Extreme.
Yeah, they're going to bail on the map.
And Ame will backdoor tier 1 tower here. Chasing after WS. Oh, God, this is a dangerous move. Whew. I cannot believe he did not Rolling Thunder and go somewhere deeper on the map.
Yeah, he's very lucky to get out of there.
That was the pickoff right there that could have given Extreme Roshan.
That's why I just don't know. I think Talon were playing with fire in that last minute.
Yeah.
Get out of it, okay. Nation's Prophet helps you, Rat, and this will push them towards the NP BKB.
BKB. What is the Quap and Beast do in this next fight?
Pulver going deep there. That fight is lost. It's not a free game for 22 Savage to go in and just look for anybody he wants.
For sure.
Pivotal for Rolling Thunder here if you're Talon. Set this fight up. Need a good angle to make that happen. They're going to show the Fury on mid, try and lull XG into a sense of security.
He's even bold enough to go for a power rune. Smoke is going to break here. Not quite yet. Now it breaks on Pelosi and Shinkyu. Jokum quick to blink down. Shinkyu still finds an opening. Gets a toss back on a 23 Savage. Who forced it down for low ground. Still, though, Fiend's grip from the high ground. Makoto pounces. Hits directly on multiple heroes. It hits XM. XM almost dies for it. WS gets him in the end. He, in turn, dies to the Primal Beast. The Primal Beast looking at a regen rune. Oh, it's going to be out of his reach, though. Makoto grabs it right in front of him, trying to finish off the Primal Beast. Bit Savage up to the high ground. Teleports away, leaves Cuckoo behind. Cuckoo, it'll be a third death on the side of Talon as Ame, once again, a team fight. He is able to feast. He is not being threatened whatsoever by AoE damage from Talon.
I don't think he took any damage in that fight. Everything was going into this Primal and Queen on the backside that had a really good angle. Jinkyu starting it off just creates chaos in the Talon ranks. And you're able to get some good connections with the old Sonic Wave into the Pango, stalls him up. You blink and you pulverize them. No Rolling Thunder connection in that fight at all for Talon. That's rough. Just freeze the fight up for Ame. He goes in, and PL just does too much damage right now. He got the Shiv. He has his 3 core items up. He's a problem.
In this game, if he is starting the fight and he Rolling Thunder, they're both useless.
You can still just pulverize him, though. Take him out of it.
Sure.
Which might be something XXS chooses to do, because I think taking that Rolling Thunder off the field for the PL is what's valuable. Like, you're not going in here to kill the Pango. I'm just going to ruin your day. Maybe I ruin mine. But then guess what? PL's happy about it. So that's still an option.
Yeah. It does mean that you're lacking in the control. These two squishier BKB targets can the Furion and SF. Caught under rewards. Attempt to Nightmare out of the Sprout.
Trying to get the deep vision going.
Yeah, trying to get too much map control.
Wearing down the Sage's timer, though. Not really getting a fight out of it if you're XG. 3 minutes left on the clock. Part of that is they're having a little issue getting the lanes in and controlling the map against the Nature's Prophet. Always a difficult task.
We've yet to see this this matchup specifically, the Shadow Fiend and the PL with this Sagatum Scepter. gone. Massive pickup for Extreme.
Really nice find from XXS. Will cost him that refresher, but worthy trade in his eyes for sure. Take Furion off the map for 80 seconds. That's half the cooldown anyway. You'll get a lot of lane control off of this death. XG can start to push up. You're getting another item for Ame very soon. Going to be a butterfly for him. I mean, that's when this hero is just untouchable in this game. Basically, you have to land a Requiem on him or bust.
Yeah. Top wave was pushing in. Somebody had to go deal with it. It's XXS. And Talon have drawn a marching pattern to the top lane. Now, I don't think they actually want to go for this Primal Beast. He's got to be... Whoa, okay. Butterfly, goodbye.
That's a massive hit.
That might just give Talon a Roshan fight without the butterfly. If Roshan spawns fast...
We're going to get a Tormentor here. Or something.
Goes to Makoto himself.
Okay, I mean, decent back-to-back small wins here for Talon. Continuing to boost the net worth up of these two top cores. Just have to find a way to connect them in the fight.
I think one thing that's kind of lacking is WS is so answered by a Primal Beast and a Bane. He is not able to itemize purely for dealing with a Phantom Lancer. We're seeing in some of these fights, right?
There's just too many things he has to do.
Yeah.
Like, he's your only real frontliner. He's your only real AoE control. He's also your only real core that one-to-one deals with the PL.
Yeah. He doesn't have Aghanim Scepter still. He's going for a Nullifier.
So another reason why draft-wise for Talon, like this last pick, Maiden, yeah, maybe it's fine, but it pushed this Prophet into the one position, and then he has to deal with a PL matchup where there is no itemization pathway for Furion to deal with this matchup.
Right.
It just sucks. So you do kind of end up in this situation where if the game gets drawn out, if it gets a bit stalematey, if Ame's super farmed, which he just took #1 net worth position, you have some rough core matchups here to deal with. You're not out ahead. And Talon are feeling it right now. They just haven't had answers for the PL directly. Need more firepower. Maybe a refresher on Makoto is the answer here. Double Requiem can definitely do the trick, especially since he's had trouble lasting through the BKB durations on XG. Like, I don't think it's good enough to just throw these Requiems out in the fight. They have to connect damage-wise on course.
Level 25 would also help a lot. Shadow Raise applies attack damage, so
yeah, for sure.
Pretty significant AoE damage buff.
Has the shard as well, so a little cooldown reduction on top of it.
That's true, yeah.
Could be snazzy. There's a nullifier for WFs. Big items coming in for Talon. Tempted to jump this Primal. I mean, that's a really good target to jump.
Oh, okay. They're throwing out the first Requiem. It looks like with the Fear, he is gone. WS is looking for more. XM has already used his BKB, so should be fine. He'll blink away last second. 23 Savage still looking for him, though.
Almost got the Hex off.
They got to be careful, though. Jin Q is in position for some tossbacks here. Last thing you want to be is inside of extreme space a little bit too early.
I'm glad Talon took that because they could have been hesitant in there with how this game is going. If you see the Primal, that is the best jump in this game. You should jump him every single time. There is almost no way to bail him out, bar some clutch toss or sleep, which shouldn't be that easy considering you should always be dropping the Requiem on him.
And because you have this overwhelming damage that Requiem is, the tankiness of the Primal Beast isn't actually a problem.
And the second he's gone, that fight is way more open for the Pangolier, for the BKB Furion. Like, the control that this Primal is giving XG is super important. So
Talon's just praying for a fast Roshan. Again, that butterfly timing was delayed because the courier died. Now the pick off of the Primal Beast. It would have been fantastic to combo that, get aggressive, get a pick off, take Roshan. Sadly, it's not going to happen, though. Roshan will take a while to spawn, and Extreme will have their chance at a contest.
Kind of just unlucky for Talon because they used the SF refresher for that. Now he's not going to have it for this fight. And it should have been XG getting punished for the primal misplay on mid. Instead, they're going to get rewarded going into this Roche in terms of who has the refreshers up. A little awkward for Talon.
And damage. Oh, they really want it. What is happening? Why are the supports inside going after this amp damage? Okay, if you want to stop the amp damage from being taken, just deny it.
I don't know.
Like, why is Chokum putting himself inside?
Looking for the hex on the co-op or something, you know, like pre-thinking about the co-op going in, but
okay.
Yeah, I'm sure 22 Savage would have liked to pick that up with this Roche now on the field. If Talon are really disciplined, they're going to try and wait for this refresher to come up for Makoto, which is 50 seconds. Not that long. This is a really important item for the fight. You need double BKB Requiem here from the SF. Has the blood right as well, so a lot of AoE coming out, a lot of AoE control.
Oh yeah, I right.
AoE spell.
Do you think that means that, like, let's say at 300 distance from the SF, are you taking more damage from the Requiem? Or is it the same amount? And the souls are just going farther away?
Well, you only take damage depending on how many souls hit you.
Right.
So if the AoE is bigger and the souls travel farther, then it doesn't really change the damage. It's just how many you get hit by. It spaces them further. Your chance of getting hit by more goes down. But it's more about the control this spell gives you in the fight. You should be blinking on somebody's head and just Goomba stomping them.
Yeah.
They're close to 25s on their two big damage dealers. Like, they're ahead in levels compared to Extreme. Something else they can play for.
This kind of feels like some of the other Phantom Lancer games we've seen. This hero, it hits that heart timing. You think, okay, Phantom Lancer's online. We're favored for the rest of the game, but something about this hero does seem to falter around this period.
A lot of situations, he is not the strongest six-slotted carry in terms of just raw man fighting heroes.
He used to be one of the best.
He needs confusion in the fight. He needs other cores to take advantage of the fact that he's causing a lot of chaos and isn't that easy to deal with in terms of control, even if he's not outputting all of the damage himself. That's what you need to take advantage of. The more gold the Talon get, in theory, the more ways they can answer this Phantom Lancer with overwhelming damage and utility. We're not there yet. I think this PL still has a very good fight ahead of him. But XG want to get this Roche, and they want to do something with it to end this game.
Pick off on WS would be excellent, but WS does not put himself into that bear trap.
While we were talking, Extreme did finish their double Shivas between the Queen and the Primal. So those big amp damage defensive items are online. Gives you a lot of vision in the fight as well. You're going to have PL illusions going in, double Shivas, scouting everybody. That's a lot to play with. You should not get caught off guard in this game. 25 online for 22 Savage. Took the removed teleport cooldown. Would not have seen that in the previous patch with the Giga Treant, but
of course,
that talent's not as valuable here. And 25 should be online for Makoto after this mid-wave. He will take Feast of Souls attack speed. Really?
Yeah, he's going back to it. And he's going to have that instant Requiem if he uses all of his things correctly. Which could make a massive difference stopping the Doppelganger. They actually make their jump. Got off the Requiem. Who did they blow up? It's going to be the Quab. Do they have him locked down with the shackles a little bit more? They get him with the races. In the end, now it's XXS. Half HP gets the pulverized grab onto the Nature's Prophet. But it looks like they're kind of scattering right now. Omi's the only one trying to fight things out right now. And he's got hexed up. Now he's shackled up. He's dead.
What a fight from Talon.
Wait, Doppelganger. Oh, wait to the side. Nah, he's not getting away from this Shadow Fiend.
Extreme just completely caught off guard. They found another Requiem kill on a core hero that you couldn't bail out because that sleep save, you're just still feared through the entire thing on the way back. Super awkward. It was an incredibly clutch sleep, but you can't bail him out. And Rolling Thunder is kind of protecting the Shaman. When Ame goes in here, he just can't deal the damage. So much DPS going into that Primal on the backside. And then you finally find that one Hex on the PL you need to win this game. It only takes 1 or 2 deaths on this hero to turn the tide considerably. Massive win for Talon. They get Aegis on the Furion, plus a Refresher Shard. Cheese as well. Put it on Cuckoo. Why not?
And because you have a Nature's Prophet, instant punish. All the lanes are pushed in, all of them going into tier 3s. Massive building damage is about to incur.
Just so hard to counteract Makoto's gameplay. If the jump comes through from Talon and you can hex a core target, that is the recipe for success to get these Requiems off. And there were 2 big misplays from Extreme in this game, allowing that to happen. That's super nice.
That is fantastic pickup against
who finished in Hag. So all of a sudden, all 3 cores on the side of Talon have double everything for this next fight. That's massive. Having double Rolling Thunder here is Imo going in, and that's risky against these hexes.
instant hex up from Jokum as the Queen of Pain blinks in.
An overwhelming control with these refreshers. A nice game, too, from
Extreme Gaming. And that kind of leaves the field open for for Spirit Navi, their matchup to be able to claim first and second. So I'm sure they'll be very happy about that. But ending up bottom of the groups is not the end.
kind of secure SF's game and get him the Aegises. And they did play differently. In a lot of other ways, but that really was the main story. And I
that you were disrupting the PL a lot in team fights, a lot of rolling thunder. Through 10 illusions kind of thing. Were you worried about the Phantom Lancer, or did you feel like you were the right solution against the hero?
We don't afraid of the Phantom Lancer because I feel it's a pretty bad hero on even late game or early games. It's nothing at all.
Is there any reason to pick PL in your mind right now?
No, I don't know.
What about like what about against certain carry matchups that don't have good AoE, like against the Nature's Prophet? You can get on top of the Nature's Prophet, you force him to buy certain items. Like there's no upside at all. You just think he's that bad?
Sorry, can you repeat it?
Do you think there's no upsides to PL at all right now? Not even against like good matchups.
Yeah. Just feel this hero is like the Valve need to buff him more. Maybe add some spells, some PL, maybe stuns or something. So maybe this hero can play.
Okay, pretty extreme. All right, in game one, you played Ogre Magi. You basically dominated the off lane. The Shadow Fiend left like almost immediately. You minused a lot of creeps. You bought auras, but the game was still tough for you guys. Do you want to talk about game one a bit?
Game one, I think we kind of get outdraft by them. We don't have damage at all if we don't have Morph on the team fight, because the Centaur will get the Crimson pretty early, and after that he get piped. So basically we have no damage. We cannot team fight them at all.
So do you put any blame on Ogre Magi, the hero, for that? Because you also wanted a Crimson Guard, but of course you have to buy an Arcane Boots, you have to buy the Midas, and then your Crimson comes like 5-10 minutes later, right? Is that part of the problem?
I still don't blame the Ogre. I blame the Morph. That's just kidding. Just for fun, the Ogre pick.
I
quite easily.
Okay, and then you don't care about that. Is auras the best way to play Ogre Magi as a whole, or do you sometimes buy like Ags or Scythe or things like that?
For me, I personally like the X or Midas, Shiva, this kind of build, but my team don't let me buy it. They ask me to buy team item.
That's a damn shame. This is a lot more fun to cast spells. I get that. Well, thank you for joining me for the interview. Thanks.
Thank you.
And thank you both as well. As I do think giving PL a stun would
Might be slightly OP,
slightly
huh?
too OP, yeah? a little bit.
Maybe like a mini stun on the lands, so he could at least TP cancel for himself, something like that. Maybe not like a long stun, like a lightning bolt type of stun. I think that would be kind of okay because you can also just TP out from PL, and maybe his other numbers aren't as strong. That could be an approach.
Well, then,
Maybe.
you know, for example, if we look at all the heroes that are not here, Bloodseeker's not picked at all. Let's give him a mini stun.
I think Bloodseeker functions very differently though, because he's quite a niche hero, and that he will always have a place in the meta if he's countering heroes that like get ruptured and have no game. You know.
Yeah, I do think they're never going to put
I don't think they're going to be giving stuns to PL ever.
No, I do want to update you guys a little bit before we continue on breaking this game down, because it is No Studdle's decision that it is Extreme on 3rd and Talon on 4th. So that's at least you know what to look for going forward. But we are going to continue talking about the game we just watched, because it did have a lot of cool moments, as we are going to first focus our attention on the early stages of the game, Effie.
Yeah, I think Talon played a very beautiful early game, and a lot of that is just giving Mikoto resources. The resources he lacked in game 1. They brought heroes to the mid lane, they got him Aegises, but we're going to take a look here at the kind of plays that, okay, this is a different team
Yeah,
fight.
this is a bit of a different one. Yeah, this is where WS gets the Rolling Thunder immediately, and also Mikoto, he has pressure at this time of the game, so he blinks in, they delete Queen of Pain immediately, and they're also not allowing the rest of the squad to reconnect. They're kind of battling on multiple different fronts, and if they're the ones who are getting the jump, and you can see this Crystal Maiden also did quite a lot in that one, and also making sure that Ame, like, he's unable to deal damage. He's tanking pretty much every single thing from Pangolier, and also this Requiem. It's just way too big, especially once you get to those tier 4 neutral items. They did have double Dizunes as well, so it makes it so massive, makes it almost impossible. Like, I think they realize how to deal with Phantom Lancer. A lot of the teams we saw Liquid, you did mention yesterday, with the 4 BKBs now having AoE damage as well. Even though he's super farmed, it doesn't allow you to take the fights actually, because he's still gonna be afraid. Even though in this game he had a BKB, still not good enough.
For sure. And of course, to get to that stage of the late game, gotta have a strong early game.
Yeah, we do have to have a strong early game. We don't have it.
We don't.
We do not have
You know what?
it.
I'll just talk about it from memory. There were a lot of moments where Mikoto was threatened on that mid lane. Of course, if you're SF, you're vulnerable. But what ended up happening was his supports were rotating. 23 Savage on that Nature's Prophet was TPing in, and every rotation that came to the SF on the mid lane, they matched on Talon. They brought the numbers at the 10-minute rune as well. They brought all of their heroes. WS connects from the bottom lane for like a 40-second fight around the minute 10 rune, and they come out on top because of that. And later on in the game, of course, when Extreme Gaming smoked towards Mikoto when he showed on lane for a second, again, all of Talon reacted, positioned themselves around him, they countered the smoke beautifully, and because of that, their SF was off to a really good start, where he ended up, you know, requieming and carrying the game.
Yeah, I do feel actually that both games today, I know it's already a pretty high priority hero, but the Shadow Fiend, I feel like, is edging a little bit even forward.
Yeah, this hero is insane. I think he's sitting somewhere around like 66% win rate right now, because he did win a couple of games as well. The flex potential, we're seeing that more and more. Like, we were in meta, like in the last couple of years, we've been in meta where you can kind of flex multiple cores to different roles, and Shadow Fiend is fitting in nicely because he has this tempo from the safe lane. He's also like big AoE damage dealer in the mid lane, and we've seen the games go like post 40 minutes where you're going to be having your Aghanim Scepter refresher. It gets very, very difficult to play at that stage of the game. Like, you just very difficult to approach the fight. Even though they had BKB piercing tools in this one, it wasn't enough. Like, at that point, it was just way too much. They were so far ahead.
But also, there was this one fight where Extreme Gaming started to get the game back. It was after the PL Aegis, after it expired. But they had this perfect fight on Talon where the 2 targets that they jumped on were actually both BKB piercing disables. They were able to blow up the Primal Beast and the Vayne with that Requiem. And it was just like so perfectly executed by Talon, where if maybe the Bane survives or the Primal Beast survives, then XG can turn the fight. Get on top of them with those BKB piercing disables, win with the PL. But Talon just had their number in that fight.
Yeah, this was a good game for Talon, and it's very promising as well going forward. Both of these teams obviously are not eliminated. They are at the bottom of the group, but it also means that because of Team Spirit 2-0ing Navi on the B stream, spoiler alert. There is no tiebreakers for Group A, completely solved. So we can reflect on that a little bit. So we got a Spirit at the top, Navi second, then Extreme Gaming and Talon at the bottom. I think on hindsight,
Not really a surprising
no,
one.
it's not.
No, because Navi, this is like maybe we could swap, I would say, Navi and Talon, and people would still say that it's okay, considering Talon's performance
Yeah.
in the last tournament. They did really, really good. But yeah, Team Spirit, that's really not a surprise. But Extreme Gaming, I think this is a team that has been hot and cold, and recently they've been more cold. Even during Wallachia, they got top 6, I believe, but still wasn't really impressed by. Like, I want to see more, especially because like some of the drafts, they do look good. I think Zhao ate, but the rest of the team, they were not as hungry in terms of like how they want to be playing out those drafts.
Well, if you want to see them more, good news, if you come fourth or third in your group, you have the longest road to victory. So you do get to play a lot of games if you stay in the competition. But of course, that happens in the next phase, which starts in 2 days' time. We're going to move forward. We're going to go for Group B. We're going to finish that one off. And it's Falcons against Gladiators after a break. Hello and welcome back. You are watching Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup, and we are heading into Group B, and after that, potentially Group B tiebreakers. I just want to make sure that you guys are all aware that Group C and D, they won't be playing until tomorrow. That's right. We're solving all the groups today, and we already know for Group A, no tiebreakers, but we don't know yet for Group B. And there's a lot to talk about here. I'm still here with Lacoste and Jenkins joins us on the panel as well.
It's good to be here. It's great to see you guys.
Yeah, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely didn't see you before just now. Just appeared.
Hey, it's been a long time. You know, I was at the Player Hotel filming some content. I got some insider juicy information on the series.
Oh yeah, tell us all about it.
Well, just give me a second to make it up. Let me see. I saw Owie, 60,000, of course, in the elevator.
I see Owie as well. He's waving.
There
I'm
he
waving
is.
too. Okay, I'm blocking him.
He waved. He waved. Yeah, that's good. That's
There,
good.
now-
He doesn't like me very much
over.
since
you're,
the elevator.
You're blocking gaming. Come over closer.
Oh, okay.
There.
Yeah, there they are. There's gaming.
That's actually quite nice.
Look at. See why? That's for picking Phantom Lancer. That's what you get.
You could also just put them on the head.
Because they really popularized PL.
It's their fault.
If you're wondering who sabotaged your pubs, it's
Watson.
them.
It's
It's
Watson
this
in
guy.
particular. Where is he? Where's the team? He's missing.
Oh, it's just CY over there, CY and Ace over there.
Yeah.
And Andy, the camera guy, get him filming up. Film him filming us. There he is.
Yeah, it's the filmception.
This is fun. I like this.
It's
I
good,
really
it's
like
good.
this.
I'll make you more comfortable.
It's hot here.
It's so good. Our first series is then also, as you can see, Falcons versus Gaming Gladiators. They're playing in Group B. And I feel like we do need to talk a little bit about these two teams, in particular, Falcons. So they're having a 1-3 score right now, Jenkins. They're not good.
Yeah, you know, their series against BB Team was... It's been a little unfortunate for them. You know, anytime you lose an hour-over long game in one of these like late game slugfests, it kind of feels like you are on even grounds with the team that you were playing against, or you wouldn't get to the late game. And with Execration, I think they really surprised people with their performance. So I think, I mean, if we looked at the tier list, like we averaged out what all the analysts thought who were the like S tier teams, and Falcons was on S tier for most people.
Yes.
Right. So
I saw Execration. I mean, this is a bit of a bias, you know, having John and Mike here, so they are backing their local teams, but I can't really blame them. But Execration, yeah, they did definitely surprise them.
They did. I feel like when we're talking about Execration and about BB Team as well, we should quickly talk to you about the ramifications of the series for the group in terms of tiebreakers. Because we do have BB Team and Gaimin sitting right now, both at 3.
3-1. Yep.
3-1.
Why don't you tell us? You have the scores in
Yeah, I have it open. So it's going to be Falcons playing against Gaimin. Falcons currently 1-3. So what Falcons want to do is they want to win this series 2-0 to potentially, you know, play tiebreaker. BB Team is going to be playing against Execration. And if BB Team somehow manages to win a game or win both of these games, they're kind of aiming for that #1 slot in the group. But also Gaming, they want to be winning this series against Falcons because right now they are tied with the BB team, which we could end up potentially in the tiebreaker scenario with BB team with the Execration probably BB favorite matchup, but so pretty much gonna come down whether Gaming is going to be stepping up in this series against Falcons.
Or whether Falcons is going to step up against Gaming. Traditionally speaking, these two teams have been pretty close in this year in particular. But I do feel every time we have these two teams against each other, I do like saying we got the best team of 2023 versus the best team of 2024. And I know different roster for Gaming. But I kind of feel, if we're focusing our attention a little bit on the opponents of Falcons, I kind of feel, Jenkins, that Gaming is back to where they were 2 years ago. It feels like they're still playing with the fast play style. They are dominating the early game, and they're doing good again.
100%. For me, this really goes back to an interview we did with Tofu at Dream League, where we asked, like, do you think the patch is not good for this, like, super fast-paced, buy auras, typical gaming play style? And he said, no, I think you can still do it. It's just harder to execute. And I agree. Like, people were not doing that until Gaiman started recently winning. And then all of a sudden people are like, oh, auras are good. It is just harder to execute. If you screw up one of your, like, 5-man tower pushes, death balls, like, you still have the comeback mechanic in Dota that can still happen. You can lose these crazy late game scenarios if you go there, and if you don't have the scaling, you can lose.
This is a team that utilizes aura. We just had an interview with WS who, talked about the timings. They didn't have enough damage in that game #1 where Centaur did pick up the pipe, the Crimson. We also had an interview yesterday with Saberlight who was talking about, the offlane still being kind of not set in meta where you can actually build whatever you feel like. So he's playing more of a blink initiators rather than buying auras. He's playing the stunners. So there's two, 3 different approaches that you can take what you want to have from your offlane. You also saw like position 5s, 4s building into Guardian Greaves. So you have all these 3 auras immediately. We saw good amounts of ogres as well building into auras.
Right, the DM ogre offlane. That's a classic.
But this is something that Gaming does really well. They really understand the timing, and this team kind of needed, I would say, a little bit more time, maybe compared to some other teams when they gel together. But right now, they're really on the right track.
Yeah, it's so funny because I feel like the offlane, maybe like a month or a month and a half ago, was very figured out. It was just, I'm gonna buy Blade Mail. Like, that's how it was. And then Ace came into Wallachia and showed, like, no, I'm not going to go Blade Mail Dawnbreaker. I'm going to go Vlad's every game. It's like, oh, this is a Dawnbreaker build. Nope. He goes,
Vlad's Axe.
They go, they will go for a Vlad's, like, in almost every game. Sometimes, like, Malady will pick it up, but they seem to just have this concept that auras are strong. And we saw Pure do an interview. He said people are doing this in scrims. Like, this is just the meta right now.
And also something to point out is, like, we were talking about the auras. So there's one guy that builds into auras, but you're playing it from carry, and that's Carry Doom. Like, you get Alpha Wolf, he gets the crit for himself. This is basically a free Vlads for the team. Then you get the Vlads as well. So basically you have 50% more damage, and then add all of these auras that give you survivability. Makes it very difficult. And this is something that Gaiman really likes to play.
So all these things, you guys are talking obviously about the things that Gaiman is doing well, and that also are picked up by other teams, all the auras, and you're describing it in a way it's like, okay, yes, sure, execution should still be there, of course, but the concept sounds like a lot of players across different teams are on the same page. So what's going wrong for Falcons? Are they trying a different concept altogether, or have they just not gotten the execution down yet?
I mean, I have one critique.
Okay.
And I think it's probably shared by a lot of people. And it's, I feel like there are certain hills that Falcons, like,
are willing to die on.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them is Bristleback.
Yep.
And the hero just doesn't feel as potent as it used to be. And I think part of it is there's a good amount of break solutions that feel good in Dota right now. Like, we saw 33 go for
the Vizirizzi with Conda, but we also saw Carry Hoodwink yesterday against their Bristleback.
And Chaos Knight with the facet, where you can get the break. And we had great insight that this goes through BKB. Like, that's crazy because you get a Reality Rift pierces BKB talent. And I feel like so much of Bristle is that passive ability. And if there's an abundance of, like, good breaks in the game that people are already experimenting with, and Silver Edge is good too. We've seen tons of Silver Edge picked up because people try to get out on the map, and you can kill them when they're doing that.
Also, Amar is not the guy that's going to be building auras. Like, this is not his play style. imagine him getting like maybe he's going to be picking up Crimson on his Bristleback from the off lane, even though he is playing the Seeing Red fast at Bristleback, so he wants to carry. But I think they ended up in some of these situations where they don't have enough control. Like, sure, Bristleback is very strong when he gets his item timings, especially red Bristleback. But then again, you are kind of like you're putting a lot on Malrine to make sure that he's doing a lot of the stuff because you have another carry. Like, you have a very greedy offlaner that soaks up a lot of the farm. Usually he does deliver, but in some of the games that you are losing, it also means that you are not getting kind of the value. You don't have that offlaner that can join some of these early fights.
Yeah, I remember, speaking of interviews, way back, Amar, we were talking to him about Bristleback, and he said, like, I'm just going to keep it. Like, we ask him things like, do you think this is good? And he will straight up say things like, no. However, we're going to keep picking it until we lose with it, and we just think we're good with it. And I beg the question, like, when does that point come then? Like when do you adjust? I really love the confidence. Like, there was a period there where Amar was considered literally the best player in the world.
Yes.
Like, he was such an exceptional talent, and his skill is still like peak Amar is incredible.
That's
especially
why
his laning.
I mean, it has to do with him like being such a high skilled player that buying an aura just doesn't fit what this guy can do. Like, oh wow, he used double edge with shard on Centaur 4 times and then he clicked Crimson Guard. It's not really what he wants to do in the game.
So we're saying on the side of gaming, sometimes Melody picks up the auras. Why can't Snake King pick up auras? Like, why can't you delegate?
They can. I think that's that's a great suggestion. Like, I'm a little surprised to see Falcons not valuing Chen as highly, because I do think when you're talking auras on a 5 position, it's not like the patch where you can just have a Crystal Maiden by Vlad's or something like that. Like, there was a patch where these items are so powerful you could do that, but it's more like you need to pick the 5s that want to build the auras anyway. Things like Chen, and I think
that's a
they are
really
coming
good
back.
suggestion. Yeah, definitely. Chen is one of the 3 heroes picked over 3 times that has 100% win rate. You need to have a hero specialist, and Snaking is definitely that guy. You'll probably be seeing Dukalis playing Chen. You will see maybe Miposhka play Chen. But I want to see some of these auras coming up from 5. I want to see some early aggression. Like yesterday, they try to go with their old playstyle, pick at the Enchantress, try to collapse onto the mid lane relatively early on to give Malrine entry to the game. But just wasn't as successful as you would expect them to be. I mean, also it's Falcons. Like, their playstyle has been pretty much the same. Their heroes have been the same for a really long time. The heroes got nerfed. Their playstyle got figured out by other teams. And this is the reason why we are not seeing them at the top. I think they need to start being slightly more innovative. You
mentioned the game where Malrine was Puck and Snaking was Ench and went mid.
Yes.
And I think Puck is an interesting hero right now because I almost kind of like it's a low win rate. It's a very high contest rate and low win rate hero. And I kind of think that there was this bias that came from Wallachia and GPK playing it all the time, where he was just so good at the hero.
GPK is on another level.
It looked like it didn't lose any matchup, but then you get other people that are not on a high like GPK is, and they are picking it and then getting countered, and it just doesn't look as good.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel like I love to see this.
I love this. You don't have to buy Quelling Blade with this hero. Like, this is, I mean, if
you save 100 gold.
You do. It also opens up the slot. This is 2 extra branches that you do get, which is 2 damage, good amount of tankiness as well.
And when you kill all of Nature's Prophet's trees, you from the innate, you get a bunch of mana.
You get mana.
You get your mana back for Whirling Death almost. It's very good.
It is nice. It's also a hero that Nature's Prophet doesn't like to play into throughout the whole game. He doesn't have like maneuverability. Maybe he can buy a Hurricane Pike if you were talking about the core Nature's Prophet. But I think after Timbersaw response, they might be thinking about putting this Nature's Prophet on position 4 or 5 immediately. Most likely 4. This is something that Tofu likes to play because you do build into Spirit Vessel as your first item, and this is one way to deal with the Timbersaw before he gets to the spell mechanic.
Yeah, you guys were saying how, at some point Amar was the best player in the world. It was mostly his Timbersaw that made him that famous. I know Malrine plays it as well, so there is flexibility there. But this is a very good start if you want to see Falcons on some comfortable heroes. Timbersaw is the hero to grab for them.
It's becoming popular in pro level pubs too. Like, if you watch RTZ stream, you'll see a Timber in quite a few games. Nothing really special. People are going like Blink Kaya, Aghanim Scepter is a big item, especially against like Doom, which is a very popular hero. You can purge the Aghanim Scepter with Doom, so Doom would be a great response here. But any like healing reduction is generally not good against the Ags. The shield mechanic is very interesting, and you can even, let's say you are playing against Doom, you blink into 5 heroes, he dooms you, you insta-pop the shield, it does like 1,000 damage because it scales based on how many heroes there are around you.
And speaking of Doom, I think this hero could also be a good pickup because I just love this hero. I love Warlock Doom. It's one of my favorite lanes right now because it deals way too much damage. You have the sustain, your anti-carry. You also have Timbersaw, who's anti-carry as well. Once you get like post BKB in some mid-game fights, your BKB is down to 6 seconds. You're not going to be able to like survive long enough, and Timber is survivable long enough to play some of these longer fights.
Surely Skeeter is a carry Doom player, right? Like this is right up his alley for what he likes to do.
And you said this team is very stubborn. They picked Shadow Shaman. Crit only played 2 heroes out of 4 games. Shadow Shaman 3 times, lost all of their games, and did win only on Disruptor.
That's a bit of a painful one. But then again, I think overall our Shadow Shaman win rate that we've seen hasn't been too high regardless.
Thank you, Crit, I guess.
No.
I do think it's getting like slam picked. It's like when a team just can't think of like a generic support filler hero, they just pick Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, and at this stage of the game, if you are a second pick, you do want the hero that you pick second to be a filler pick. You don't want to give anything away, so you would just want to have a safe pick or a flex pick. And because they already have a flex pick, they go for a safe pick.
Yeah, denies the support option as well from Game In. And there's the Doom. Yep, very strong hero in general. As you mentioned, Lacoste, the Warlock Doom comes out.
Yeah, there it is. It's super strong. I was doing some math yesterday, Shiver. Let me see if I still have it open because I did not turn off my tablet. And yeah, level 2 Doom with level 2 Warlock, 2 points in Scorched Earth with 2 points in Shadow Word, almost 700 damage.
He really has calculator.exe open on it.
No, it's not possible. You say level 2 Warlock?
Sorry, level 2 ability. Level 3.
I was going to say, he has
Warlock,
to be level 3
Doom.
to have 2 points in the same ability.
Yes, that
How
is.
much damage did you say?
It is almost 700 damage. 670 damage before Fatal Bonds, before Infernal Blade on Doom, and the right clicks, and the Blood Grenade. So,
oh my goodness. And if he cluster clocks out of that, in this case of Shadow Shaman, you're still dead.
Yes, you're just
because
dead.
you're still gonna die to the Tix over. Wow, that's a lot actually. That's also not a lot of mana.
No, this is just like I'm running at you type of a thing, and you have the move speed to run at people, so you can connect with the Warlock. Like this is the ideal situation we're talking about. Most likely you're gonna be dealing less, but still very, very strong combo.
You are running the lane into a Timber though, and Doom is a strength hero, so maybe there's some potential for kill threat on Doom if he's like standing right near a bunch of trees and you get a good whirling death on him. Like this could be a pretty volatile lane. However, I think Doom Warlock, it's like name an easier lane to play. You just press Fatal Bonds and push the lane out until you have levels and items, and then you kill them.
They need some kind of a catch right now. You have Golem, you have Doom, but with Doom you need to have stuns. Like you need to be able to catch them, you need to be able to stun them, otherwise they're going to be running away.
Puck is like kind of a good deny pick actually.
It is.
So let's see, against Puck in lane, a lot of the traditional counters are not that good, like the Tinies and DKs of the world. Also not really something Quinn likes to play currently.
Yeah, Quinn might just take some Void Spirit.
Yeah,
Void Spirit against Puck, where you have that silence once you get to the Aghanim Scepter. Before that, it's a bit tricky to get the kill, especially because Nature's Prophet doesn't really do much to Puck in terms of how he wants to play the game with Wanning Rift, with Illusory, or very difficult to gank him. Same goes for Warlock. And I love this Undying. I've been a big fan ever since these two heroes have been in Dota. Together, Shadow Shaman plus Undying, you have a combination to keep them in place. You have Shadow Shaman wards, you have Undying Tombstone. Very easy to execute type of a lineup from Falcons coming out. But also not... I mean, I've seen this matchup so many times. I think during Wallachia, Ember Spirit was really on the receiving end when he was playing against Puck. I've seen it so many times where you drop a coil, it gives you just enough for somebody to come close. Shadow Shaman cast his spell, use Timbersaw's abilities, and Ember Spirit... I think most of the matchups that I've seen, Ember Spirit was just not having a good time.
I will say I have like critiques of this because the build that we were seeing Ember going was completely different. It was
Blade Mail.
Blade Mail always, Max Flame Guard, you run in and you just...
Jenkins, you're a smart guy from time to time. Why is there no item that reduces the damage? Where's Mage Slayer in these type of matchups?
This is exactly why I think Gaiman picked Ember, is because Ember traditionally against Puck was actually good because you would max Slight and you cannot dodge. It's really hard to dodge. And this is what I've seen people doing recently after Wallachia, is they were like, okay, there are other builds on Ember. There was the meta build that everyone was doing, and then people started experimenting. I've even seen max Q, like 4 points in Q. In this game, I think he'll probably max Slight. Maybe he'll max Flame Guard if he wants to like farm jungle, but he's definitely going Mage Slayer because he's against Timber. Like all that pure damage is reduced. It feels
I've seen Pucks, Bristlebacks on the same team, and they still don't go for the Mage Slayer.
This is a blunder, in my opinion. I think if you...
I heard different opinion from SVG because I wanted to collect like different opinions to see why it's not, and he said he has a very interesting point about it, because like why would you reduce the damage, because we're in Blade Mail meta still, because you could just return it with the Blade Mail.
That's a great argument.
It's a good
I never
argument,
thought about
but
that.
there's also like you're playing Ember Spirit. You applied on these two heroes. It's on such low cooldown. You can reapply it again pretty much, and then the rest of the team is also going to be fine.
I feel like Quinn is a very like data-driven player. I think he's watched all of the Ember replays.
Yes.
I think he's been spamming Ember, and he also knows every matchup like to a T. I think he'll adjust the build, item, and skill to play against Puck and not just get countered. And then also, a lot of the time we were seeing Ember on the receiving end of this. It was against GPK Puck, so that was a little different.
With the pickups of the Puck and the Undying, at least on Falcons, I believe for both teams, actually, there's very little wiggle room in terms of who is going where. Maybe a little bit more on Gaiman. But it looks like for our final picks on the side of Falcons, we should be looking for a hero for Skeeter on the safe lane. And for Gaming Gladiators, it looks like we should be looking for an ace hero. Depending on what they want to do with the Doom, because that is still the bigger flex they still have available to themselves.
I'm trying to look for a hero that Ace does play that's going to give them some kind of a stun, some kind of a lockdown. I really like this Axeman and also Lycan as well. I think we're going to be seeing good amount of Lycans being picked on 23-24 to try to abuse enemy supports when they don't have anything against it. Gives you really good early timing with the Helm of the Overlord, with the pack leader facet. But I'm trying to find something that's going to be giving them some kind of a stun for this Puck, because they are lacking some of the lockdown and kind of struggling to find it, especially with the Ace's hero pool. Because
I still don't mind just like a casual Centaur. I know
Centaur's fine, yeah.
I know in lane against Undying it will suffer, and you're playing a big strength guy against Timber, but it gives you the disable. And I also like wave cutters in general against Undying, because you don't want to play the lane anyway until like you get a few levels in. You have chain set up as well for Centaur stun. You can run away from Undying Tombstone, disengage. Shadow Shaman, if you ult and he, turns somebody into a chicken, you can just... But it's a little... Okay, they just go for the Centaur. Ace is a very formulaic guy. Like, he finds something, he just spams it if he thinks it works.
The Centaur has worked. That means Skeeter knows exactly what kind of lane he'd be up against with the Nature's Prophet Centaur lane. What lanes well into that as carry?
Has to be a Skeeter hero as well. Like,
yes.
He's a very specialized type guy.
Yes.
He played Naga as a...
Banned.
Oh, it's banned, of course. Oh, well, yeah. What am I thinking? Last pick Naga.
Would've
That's never
been
happening.
nice.
That's never happening.
Would be nice. Speaking of heroes that we see banned frequently, the Terrorblade still in. Nope, will it just be a Sven?
Yeah, it seems like they wanted to have some explosive damage on top with the Timber Saw to follow it up. And if you use your God Strength, you can still take the fight. If you're the one who's initiating, you don't care too much about the Doom matchup as well, because you still can't take the fight. You have now also a little bit of a protection for your supports with that extra bit of armor coming out. Interesting lineup from Falcons. Like, definitely improved something that they've been lacking in the last 2 days. Completely different lineup, two supports, kind of play with each other nicely. I already talked about these two being one of my favorite supports duo throughout like Dota history because what they bring to the table, and relatively easy to execute type of a lineup.
Well, does an interesting lineup, an easy to execute lineup, in this case means that you favor them for this game one?
I mean, there's also another nasty.
That sounds like a no.
Yeah, that's another. There's another nasty duo on the other side. Like
These are two very good drafters
yes.
drafting against each other. Like,
Yes.
there's options for both teams. I totally agree with the Sven call. Like, the way that he plays fights, he just doesn't really care that much about Doom. He doesn't really care that much about Ember, Centaur. Like, these heroes are all, like, Ember, you know, if he can survive for a couple of seconds, he just gets out. Centaur, if you can survive for a couple of seconds, he's going to ult. They're going to get out. Warlock, he'll counter-initiate. Like, Centaur, the way Sven plays, he just insta-bursts somebody, like, before you can even react, right? So these, like, reactionary heroes are just not good against Sven. This is why it was a good pick.
Okay, so what are we looking for in this game? What's going to turn the tides for either team? Is there a particular lane that we're keeping in mind? Because that Ember Puck obviously can get interesting.
I think this Warlock plus Doom to see how Timbersaw and Shadow Shaman are going to be playing into it. It's also Amar Timbersaw. So
yes.
It's been a while since I saw him play the hero, so definitely going to be keeping an eye on that lane.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think both mid laners can also pop off and do a lot of work. Ember versus Puck, that's a classic matchup. It's pretty much 50-50. In the past, it was Ember favored. Recently, we've been seeing Puck win that. So that one could really go either way. They could rotate to the side lanes and snowball those as well.
Wow. A series, or at least a game that could go either way. That is the way we like it. And keep in mind, this game, the series for both teams, incredibly important. Let's see who takes the first step. It's Falcons and Game and Cap and SVG.
I really like our position here from the broadcasting booth. We get to look down on the players. And Avery, I noticed a trend here when it comes to the coaches and drafters of these teams. AUI 2000 always stays to the absolute bitter end to talk to his team. They're basically like kicking him out of the booth. Like, brother, you have to leave. Otherwise, we're going to disqualify you. He is trying to get as much information to his team. Meanwhile, Game of Gladiators, they dropped their hero pick, and then CY's like, deuces, boys. He left a joke for them. I saw Game of Gladiators all crack a smile. They were talking back and forth, and he was out. AUI 2000 stuck around for like 2 more minutes after CY left.
That guy just always rambles on about what he had for lunch or something useless. Like, I've been on teams with him. It's a problem, man. None of it's related to the game at all. And he'd be the first to back that up. As I'm sure he'll end up talent soon, you know.
Yeah, he's done it before. He'll do it again.
Interesting draft. I think it's very well matched. I don't think either team feels like they won the draft, which might be rare for these two teams because I think these two teams always think they win the draft. But I think in this, it's just too close to call.
Wait, what teams do you think walk away thinking they lost the draft? What makes these two special is what I'm saying.
Well, Extreme Gaming, because, you know, Zhao 8 says you got to wash your face.
What? No, Zhao 8, he's doing the drafting.
Right, you know,
he thinks
they're not going to tell
game.
him that.
Oh, okay. So the team thinks that. I see.
Also, every NA team always loses a draft according to Reddit. So
okay, well, are they wrong?
No, maybe not. I'm just saying. I think both these teams are. I'll rephrase my point.
Yes,
I think both these teams have a very strict way they draft.
Yeah,
they're always going to get their heroes, and they're always going to do that, and they don't really care what the opponents are doing. And I think when they go up against each other, it kind of results in these games where just very even across the board. Both teams have playmaking mids. Both teams have their signature offlaners that they're drawing from a very small pool. And then maybe the carry is where more of the flex options come about. But Skeeter's still going to play Skeeter heroes. You know, Watson's still going to play Watson heroes. Maybe he's branching out a bit more than Skeeter nowadays. But I don't know, I just look at these 10 heroes, and there's not much to critique from either lineup. Like, you have a little bit of everything in both.
Yeah.
Just comes down to execution here. Those are the kind of games I like to watch because I think you get to see these fine-tuned skills. You know, the skills of these players. Like, what makes a difference in an Ember Puck matchup mid? How many times does Quinn play this matchup versus how many times does Maureen? Right now they have the exact same CS, so I guess they both played it the same exact amount of times. Snaking maybe going down here is one more decay, but
a little bit of body blocking from Ace. Good enough body blocking. They've guaranteed a kill. Yeah, he tries to go the other direction, blocked out by the Sprout, and Ace is calling for it. Give me the kill. Give me the kill.
He spent a lot of time off the lane, so
Yeah.
you got to give it to the Centaur there. He only has 2 CS.
And the
Downside of
sooner
going for that.
we get the first item for the Centaur and the levels behind it, the sooner that Tofu can start roaming around as a Nature's Prophet.
100%. If you're going to go down on the lane as an Undying, that's the better way to do it. Because Ace does miss a decent amount of gold to get it there, and you get some free farm solo XP for the spend. You'll get to come back full.
Meanwhile, here's another matchup that is a bit more interesting. It's a Strength Hero versus Timbersaw, but it's probably one of the higher magic damage dealing Strength Heroes in the game. Doom, who is also notorious for being pretty difficult to beat in lane, can actually kind of take it to the Timbersaw there. So they're already pulling creep waves.
That's a good matchup for Doom. In the lane and in the game, more importantly, like you can always just Doom this guy and all in him with overwhelming magic damage.
Sure.
It's pretty nice. Well, of course, ATF, he is the best Timbersaw player this game has ever seen. I think it's fair to say.
Better than Ice Ice Ice?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, these generational comparisons are kind of wacky. Like, the game was just so different. I mean, Ice's Timber was absolutely legendary, and I think it was the best for that generation. And I think ATF's the best for this generation. Now, if they played against each other in a one-on-one Timbersaw matchup, well, there'd probably be a lot of trolling and a lot of all chat.
I can only imagine. Amar would definitely start with the all chat, but Ice would definitely do something to respond. It may not be all chatting. Watson gets the Lotus. Is it just me, or these teams having a hard time getting into the Lotus pool? Tofu is going to make his first rotation. This seemed like a fight that was going to be won by Gaming Gladiators in the 2-on-2. A 3-on-2.
Just not fair.
That's just flat out impossible. So 2 kills go in the way of Gaming Gladiators. And they'll leave Ace alone for it, but this is all a part of the plan. There's one more trend I want to talk about, Avery, when it comes to the draft and what we've seen. A lot of times we've seen this Nature's Prophet, and I'll listen to the panel, and they'd be like, well, this Nature's Prophet, it could flex to support. It could flex to support. It never does. And we just stick with the Nature's Prophet, carry, and they pick up some other support. This time around, we actually saw the flex. The question is the flex worth it, this pickup of the Sven? Do you think this was transformative to Falcons draft? Do you think it's what they needed?
You're saying...
sorry. Gaming Gladiators.
That.
Yeah. Sorry, wrong team.
They got the Centaur out of the flex, I guess, but...
That did not feel...
Yeah, because you're kind of assuming Watson's going to play this Doom anyway. I don't think they got too much value out of it. I mean, of course, you can hold it. You can play this Doom off lane, pick another carry. So you kind of get this like pseudo flex that lets you take any off laner or safe laner there. You end up with Centaur against the Sven counter pick. I don't think it changes much here. I think both teams kind of knew they were going to play this support Furion with carry Doom, and that's just what it ended up being.
Dude, what is this fight? Desperately not giving up the last hit on this ward. The ward is worth a lot. Quinn, if he hits it once, Maureen will be able to take the last hit on the ward.
The Flame Guard should force you off here. Maybe not. You're out of range of the burn.
Yeah, I was about to say, if he goes down the cliff, he probably won't be able to hit the ward.
Oh, he almost baited him.
Almost got him to hit it.
Quinn is missing CS for this.
So is Maureen. Okay, Tofu's going to teleport in. And in the end, Quinn will win the battle, denying his ward.
What a hard-fought victory here. Missed probably more gold in the creeps than that ward was worth, but he got it.
And Ace will die, meanwhile, in the top lane because Tofu rotated out to secure the ward. So was it worth it?
No. This is looking like a Falcons lane win across the board.
Yeah.
ATF getting some solo time as well. All 3 of their cores are finding a lot right now. This Sven is going to be in prime position to run away with this game. It's a solid Sven game, honestly. Not a lot of times we talk about this hero from the last pick slot having a scary impact, but this is a game where I can see that come to fruition because you can just jump on these cores and just start chunking them down. Even if you throw a Stampede or Doom out, you're not really debilitating the Sven. Like, you're kiting the fight a little, but there is Coil to help him. There's Shackle to help him. I like the pick.
A regen rune is certainly going to help Quinn in his lane as he will get the kill on Snaking and then come back to lane full resources.
That's such a nice rune to find. I mean, Damon are doing their usual tri-lane mid, trying to snowball the Ember. This is how you're supposed to play around this hero. Quinn will always call for it. Just get that rune on top. It's overwhelming.
I thought you were going to say this is how you're supposed to play around Quinn.
Well, that too. Well, he doesn't give you a choice. So either play around him or he's going to feed.
Yeah, well, he's not giving you a handshake at the end of the game, at least. Watson? Big whirling death hit.
I think he's going down here. if I know
Yeah, unless you
ATF.
get some support rotations. He's got phase boots.
Oh,
Okay,
guessed
Amar
wrong.
goes the wrong direction.
Okay.
And
Would Prime ATF have guessed right there?
Prime ATF would have had better luck in the 50-50 for sure. Malady doesn't really change the equation too much, but guess it's enough. Mar feeling like he can't dive any further. Wisdom Shrine. Furion thought about teleporting for it, but he would have died to crit, so good restraint.
Gotta get the other one anyway. The triple lane win for Falcons. Their MO. Slowing down Gaiman's momentum here.
Yeah, and then Gaiman, their MO is going to be running you over in the next 7 to 8 minutes. See if that actually happens, though.
Seems unlikely. I don't think this Ember is in a good enough position in combination with the supports, which are a little low damage follow-up.
Very low damage.
I
I
don't
mean,
think you're
without
just
level
running at
6,
them.
they're very low damage, right?
Yeah,
You need at least
I-
Wrath of Nature or something.
I don't see Falcons getting forced off the map by this Ember in some traditional Ember 1v5 game, so they should be able to hold the map. They should be able to at least play for the power runes. Crit gets a nice D ward up top. This is setting that rune contest up as they're bringing both supports. They're ready for this gameplay.
Yep.
Maybe you can't stop Quinn getting it, but you can mess with his life.
Ooh.
Oh, he gets it anyway.
Yep, got an amp damage. That'll solve your damage problem, certainly.
Just straight out clicked him, and that's a massive rune to get here.
Oh, and he sees a little stack over here.
Doesn't have Flame Guard for 10. Yeah, I don't think that's worth lingering
Oh,
for.
got off the timber chain. I think Amar lives because of that. The support rotations are just not here in time. Now, Quinn is coming over, so Falcon's mass rotation, it may not be that good for him. Snaking.
I just died, man.
God's Strength is going to be popped by Skeeter, but dodging the hammer makes it pretty easy. Quinn, he's just able to walk away. They deal with the Tombstone. Now he's going to be called up. Right next to this God's Strength Sven, though, he's in trouble, and he will die to the physical damage. Amar coming back into play. Timber chaining forward. Watson, he goes for the kill, gets an Infernal Blade hit, and will get the damage over time, but he is overwhelmed. As Malrine, a beautiful curveball that passes through both Watson and Tofu. Now they've got the extra kill in Malady. In the end, it's Falcons who overwhelm Gaming Gladiators with just sheer numbers.
The Fat Queen goes back in there and gets coiled, just cost Gaiman so much in that fight. And what a TP from Skeeter. Looked a little awkward there at the start, but the fact that Gaiman commit, maybe overconfidence with that amp damage rune.
Yeah.
He gets so much work done with this Sven, and that's what I'm talking about. This Sven game, this is a good Sven game, man. Like, you have control to back it up. You just run at any of these heroes. Not a lot of early armor, that's going to get built up. You hurt. You hurt real bad. And that's going to be a double kill for the 1 and the 2 position of Falcons here coming out of this fight. Really nice setup for them.
Yeah, they could have walked away after that kill at the Undying, but went back for the Tombstone with Golem drop. They had Amar quite low. Can't believe Amar went back in, though. That was wild. But it works.
I think the Undying going down early and losing Tombstone, that's a big blow for Falcons. So the fact that they win that fight despite that happening is maybe even more concerning for Gaiman. Like,
yeah.
We took your best early game skirmisher out of the equation. We had an amp damage on the Ember, and we kind of got wiped afterwards. Doesn't feel good.
And you had a power rune, and you're getting it again. Another power rune. Quinn just keeps on racking them up.
Of course, that sequence is a little awkward because you take it after the Doom is already worn out. In effect, so you don't get the maximum value out of that. If that play coincides a bit better, that fight will also look better for Gaming. But Falcons take a lead here, and a majority of that lead is on the Skeeter Sven. Can do some work with this hero, and he's definitely set up for it here. Haste rune on the Ember, as you mentioned. Another chance for Quinn to abuse the power rune situation and try and get something going on the map, but he also has to keep farming. Like, he fell behind after dying in that fight. You have to make it up somewhere if you're not getting the kills. At least Malady tanks the coil. That's 60 seconds, no coil on the field. Maybe an opening for Quinn, especially with this haste rune. He's basically invincible on the map right now. But where do you run with it? That's the big question in this game. That's why I didn't feel like the Ember was going to run it over, because there's just no clear, easy targets to run at and force off the map. And I think it's another reason this mid-tower for Falcons still above half HP. Really nice when you can defend this tier 1 against the Ember.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ace is kind of doing his thing. This is kind of what Ace is known for in Gaming Gladiators gameplay. He's going to play this isolated off lane, focus on farming up 2 or 3 items, and then come in with that window and try and close out the game. He's not looking quite like XXS out there, but he is pretty damn farm.
He's going to combat the Giga War here. That thing hurts.
Yeah,
You're not fighting it.
Oh,
You're not fighting it either,
no.
Tofu.
Stop trying to fight it, guys.
You're still not fighting it. Like, what is happening?
Quinn's like, what are you guys doing? Go around the ward. I'm on the supports right now. Stampede's going to be used, trying to get away from Amar and his Chakrams. Meanwhile, a chain stunned up Quinn, still looking for the kill on Crit, and he will have it. Now he makes a run for it afterwards. Meanwhile, the Golem, almost dead, gets good damage on Skeeter here. Snake King's low. Amar, the healthiest of the bunch. Falcons again. It seems like they've had a conversation. How do we play against Gaming Gladiators, guys? Well, Skeeter, you're going to have to get really involved.
He just doesn't have ult for that. Not nearly the same impact. You lose top tower to Ace. You lose another Tombstone. You lose the Giga Ward. Didn't get the tower. Awkward exchange for Falcons in the end, gold-wise, because you gave up some of these ground placement spells.
Crazy that's the first tower to fall.
Centaur gets the job done, man. I mean, that's... Ace does not like leaving his lane often. He's a carry player through and through. Nice little victory around the map for gaming. That's not the most decisive fight, but they actually got a lot out of it. Now you're going to get a blade mail onto the Ember. Your Centaur has a blade mail as well. This is what could cause the Sven problems in joining these early fights. Like, until you have BKB, you just annihilate yourself with the reflected damage.
What does this mean that Ace is getting
and can connect. You get a nice aggressive fight, could really break open the map. Got to be wary of going into some Tombstone Giga Ward placement. Aggressive with the Stampede, you get caught under those spells and you don't have the Stampede to bail you out of them. Much more awkward situation. Maybe they'll just opt to keep playing the map with the Ember and just farming. Might not feel good for this Blink on Ace right now, but of course, You just get it now and pay off with it later. Like, you have your Blade Mail Vanguard to farm.
Better to have it and not need it sort of situation.
He will want it at some point in this game, so yeah, investment into later. Could have been a Midas, though. Just saying.
Ace is about to be ganked here. Tofu will hold back Skeeter, but not for long. And too many stuns, no chance of getting off the Stampede.
Not enough armor to survive that. That is the Sven Centaur matchup.
And that's also the single target pickoff that Falcons have. If you don't play aggressive, they do have plenty of ways to hunt you down between the Shadow Shaman and the Puck.
Yeah, they'd rather find the isolated targets in this game, for sure.
Yeah.
Their big damage sources can get behind some of the control. Like, you have Timber, Puck, Sven. A lot of damage coming out from these 3 cores. A lot of eyes on Crit. If he can find little pickoffs with this Shaman, there's a lot of damage follow-up on the Hex Shackle. Both are almost maxed here. He already has an Aether Lens, continuing to find farm on this hero. As the wave pushes him mid, forces Quinn back there. Frees up space around the map, and we're seeing Falcons absorb more of it right now. They're both in the dire jungle bottom, and they have that Shaman top who's gating bottom. The more Crit is off the map, the more afraid Gaming are going to be to push these lanes out deep without grouping up.
And it says a lot that they're getting more out of the map, getting more net worth over time when you're playing against a Doom. Well, always had hand of minus Stampede. It'll catch Snaking. Really not that big of a deal for Falcons, especially since the Undying just comes right back. So it's not even like you have a 4 versus 5 ahead.
Like, come back and die instantly again.
True.
6 deaths so far this game.
Coil goes down. To the Doom. See if they can burst him down, not let him get off the Doom in the whirling. And die again. Though Skeeter got straight. He's back into play with his blink. With it, but it works out beautifully.
No answer for Skeeter in this game. He's absolutely decimated. Every time he showed up to a fight with God Strength, that fight is over. And that's kind of the sat the puck, get hits off, let the Timber throw the chalk. Comes through. If I'm gaming, I want to find Shaman 10 out of 10 times first. And so the Crit just gets Falcons in really good position. Now, Arcane Room for the puck on top of that. They're cooking. And this BKB for Skeeter, it's coming out real fast. Now, that's a worrying sign for gaming, because you had this window where your Blade Mails were going to dissuade him a little. That's going to be out the window when that item comes online.
Tofu, with his Vessel and his Shard, he's going to need a little bit more, and apparently it's going to require both his Ultimate and Stampede to get that kill. True, but if any hero's going to have a rough... They catch ball right here. And he will not be able to blink away. But he might be able to waiting rift away. Nope. Meanwhile, Skeeter comes in. Cleans up Tofu.
Doombringer. You doom me, I'll doom you back. And then what are you gonna do?
One of those guys. His Timbersaw against this Doom is just... He hasn't died once to the Doom?
I don't think so. He got doomed in that bottom fight, but he didn't die because of that. He just died because well, he's 18. The Timbers top 3 cores at 3 different parts, pushing in against Gaiman. Where do you go to try to resolve some of this map pressure? It's not so straightforward.
One Golem did a lot of damage with the drop there on the puck. Snaking's also a little bit low. Tofu, he's caught in a bad situation.
Oh, yeah,
he is definitely dead. And underneath both the ward and the tomb. Meanwhile, Amar's fighting underneath the
Didn't
tier
get the
2.
Lotus.
Did not get the Lotus off. This tier 2 with God used. Take the tier 2. Yeah, he went back to the Giga Ward.
He tied to the Giga Ward. Quinn just getting chased down by the puck. Chose the Giga Horde out rather than Maureen.
I'll go out the way I want to go out.
Man, the zone control between the Ward and the Tombstone is just, it's fierce.
Yeah.
Really hard to engage into it. And a lot of these fights have been starting with somebody going down on the side of Gaiman first. Not going to work out well for them. They need all their cores alive in these fights.
And that's the Timbersaw for you, right? Like a lot of these heroes that they're going on, the Doom and the Centaur, normally they would be able to weather through that initiation, but Timbersaw just makes it an entirely different game.
Their woes against the Sven continue as well. I mean, he's level almost 19 now.
Sheesh.
He is absolutely massive. And where's the armor come from or the kiting to deal with this guy? Like, Doom doesn't build a lot of armor till way later. You just get 4 or 5 shot. Full harpoon done for Skeeter. That is going to help him chase some heroes down. Scary item to get out this early in the game when, you know, Watson, he's just getting his BKB delivered now. But this Ember doesn't have protection against it. The supports don't. This Centaur doesn't.
Malady runs into the smoke. Better him than anybody else, I suppose. But it does put Falcons in a position. They can already take 5-on-5s, but a 4-on-5, that's leverage to take towers. Take the tier 1. Back up to the Tormentor. More objectives.
Just going to be a utility Timbersaw from ATF. Lotus into pipe. I kind of like it. I don't think he has to be another carry in this game when you have Sven Puck. Well, Snake King will die, but he'll get a shard. 8th death for him. Tombstone save could be interesting in this game too.
Yeah.
Bunker someone who's doomed. Wait out the timer. If you throw this Tombstone on whoever game and jump with that Centaur Stomp, they don't have another initiator to kind of lead with in that situation. Could just reset the fight completely. Not a bad shard to get in this game at all. They're just building defensive on Falcons. It feels like they understand they have all the damage they need in this game. If they just survive, they're going to win the fight. And hard to disagree with that. 4 staff up on crit. Lotus Pipe done for ATF. Lincoln's build up for Maureen. These are all defensive utility items. Just going to kite out the Doom, reset the fight, go back in. They have the better sustain damage.
I mean, it's classic Falcons, right? Just you get ahead. You got 3 independent cores that are, through itemization, making themselves more and more difficult to kill. Skeeter with an amp damage and God Strength makes short work of the Roshan.
Very short work. Almost level 20 as well here. It's just instant smoke. I'm trying to make use of the second half of these 2 amp damage abilities as they'll look and jump anybody here. He's hitting for 800.
They're closing in on him. It's going to be Ace. They get Tofu as well. Stampede goes out. Ace, he might be able to survive here. He will have his BKB. They're going to jump in afterward. He gets a blink out.
Very lucky to get that blink out. That's an awkward position. They did not chain stun that well. Not ready there with the Hex follow-up in time.
No.
Cost them a big kill into potentially just ending this game. Now you kind of got to reset a little bit. What?
What part of that was luck? Wasn't that?
Yeah.
Just
I don't think
crit
that
not
was
using shackles and used Hex instead. I mean, the fact that he got off Stampede before the Hex. Maybe he's saying that was luck. This game, even if they do manage to stretch it out.
No, they don't have the damage anymore.
Yeah.
Your Doom just missed his opportunity to scale in this game. Not a threat. Nobody can stand their ground against the Sven. Getting half. Here's another hero that can go in first.
Crit has an Oct.
Yeah, he's massive, man. They can find him though. That does open. It does give them the ability to kite the fight a lot more.
Yeah, yeah.
But ATF, he's just breaking it right on this tree line.
Slight trying to reveal what heroes on. Not exactly what you want to be jumping here. Game of Gladiators, they're going to take the bait here. Go for snaking on the Undying. This just feels like Game of Gladiators just going to jam. Okay, they doomed up an Undying. He's going to instantly revive.
Not going to work out well.
That can't work for you. It's impossible to win. This fight. They almost get the Shadow Shaman, but instead it's Crit who gets Quinn.
Board.
Yeah.
And kind of just bought some time and gave them vision. But yeah, you cannot Doom Undying to win that fight. Even if you get a massive Doom on a core, that game is just long gone. It's just a beautiful Sven game. And if he doesn't get punished in the laning phase, if he gets out ahead and he can join fights last that are set up from the puck. Foil in the Shadow Shop. Easy pickings, man. I'm sure that's what Skeeter's laughing about. He's like, I just walk into these fights and I just A-click their base and I end up with an Ultra Killer Slaying. Easiest game I've ever played. He's the most lucky guy. Hi.
And Game of Gladiators, I mean, even just one loss. In this series is going to hurt because they know that on the other side, matchup against Execration, that happens up being 2-0, puts Game of Glad is something to look forward to. For now, let's break down this game one with our panel.
Thank you very much, Captain SVG. A beautiful Sven game, says SVG, and that it sure was, Jenkins.
Yeah, he completely hard carried this one. Like every fight was kind of going in every which way. There was some mistakes from Malrine and some outplays coming in from Gaiman that resulted in like core heroes dying. And then all of a sudden, boom, big boy Skeeter shows up and he gets like 3 kills. It really felt like that was this story of the game, cool terms, and then go up and he would just pop 3 people. And there was no recovery after that.
And they definitely did set him up for the success. So, like, he was staying on top of the network 10, 12 minutes into the game. This is not winner by any means, but they played the lane really well. They did allow him to stay on top of the network throughout the whole game because you want to push him out. But still, this hero is, I would say, very underrated. We're not seeing as much of a Sven as I'd like to, because this, even if you lose the lane, you can still go to jungle 12, 15, 20 minutes into the game. You're going to be showing up your core items. This is pretty much the item. You still want to have your Mask of Madness, Echo Saber Blink, and then pick up a BKB, then show up to a fight, and you're going to be deleting heroes left and right. Very difficult. This was overall 24. Pick for I talked about it before the game, where you can jump in and you don't care whether you get doomed or not, because you can still dish out the damage, and so he needs to find a different target for the doom.
I think that's the idea. Like, I agree that Sven is kind of underrated, because I think when the nerf came out, where they took like 5 seconds off the ult, you really feel that in game. Like that feels bad. But it just means that instead of playing the hero to take these like long/normal engagements, you're picking it in scenarios where you want to take like 2 to 3 second engagements. Anyway, you know, you're just insta-giving all of.
No, this was obviously a great Sven game. Then we are going to focus our attention first on the start of the game, and obviously when we're looking at that, there's a very important moment that we would really like to relive, and it definitely was make or break situation. Isn't that right, Jenkins?
Yeah, Shaver.
Yeah.
Actually, this is going to be a very important many moments. As I wanted to
Long
go back
moments.
and we'll roll the replay here. I wanted to go back and relive the this ward fight. It is just interesting. I'll call it interesting. And the thing is, like, both Malrine and Quinn are such nerds when it comes to the laning phase that, like, these guys think about every single CS. They think about, like, can I cut the wave?
Doesn't seem like they're thinking about every single CS. They're doing this for like good 30, 45 seconds.
How many CS are they missing?
Ask any mid laner, okay? Ask any mid laner at this tournament, and they will tell you this is actually optimal. Like, I know it's so goofy looking, but if you don't want to give an advantage away,
They did this for a minute.
It's like 200 gold.
Okay, and my question actually, if this is so important, then why does it take so long for Tofu to come and help? Or for someone to come help Malrine and teleport in? Like, why?
Okay,
Not sure what was going on in the different lane for Tofu to maybe try to TP out, but
they did kill Undying during that time, so that
okay,
was in
so
his
he
lane
was pretty
as well.
busy.
Yeah. But
And
he's
in the end,
he's gonna be
still
here in a
going,
second.
still going.
There he is. But Malrine, he gets to wait until his ward times out. So
yes.
That's maybe some silver lining
And
there.
there- and there's one thing that we all need to understand here, okay? That what's more important
A lot of different things to see how things did go.
Yeah.
This is the one. The lock is also one of the combinations that a lot of the teams are looking to figure.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making sea.
Welcome back.